Диско. О, спасибо большое. Спасибо, Ко. На здоровье. На здоровье, на здоровье. Дольше, чем выбор стран. Не, жарко. Что буду играть? Не, у меня политика здесь нормально. FMZX7, спасибо большое. Alright, let's go. Нужно убить время, купи книгу, как время летит, когда читаешь. Так,
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just...
Ой.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Canadian's headlights.
Асимуха, спасибо.
Драпай, умоляю, 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 драпай,
Let me see.
умоляю.
Спасибо.
Right here.
Далеко океан.
No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Ты думаешь, у меня хоть малейшее представление?
Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200. It's quite a
Много?
lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Я смогу когда-нибудь снова стать человеком, но что после... Хочешь сказать, я был суперкопом? Я был хорош, что ж в этом есть свое утешение. Какое-то утешение. Что значит последняя цифра?
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Значит, я убийца.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
Очевидно, что лейтенант не самого высокого мнения о таких полицейских.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Спасибо за помощь, подожди. Как ты справишься с напряжением?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Какие?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Может, мне надо найти... Может, мне надо найти себе хобби?
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Ким, тебе когда-нибудь приходилось убивать?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Спасибо за помощь.
The lieutenant nods.
А, найдем.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Ой. Ой.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Имя неизвестно, ранг неизвестен. Коп суперзвезда 2, коп апокалипсиса 0, жалкий коп 2, коп зануда 1, коммунист 1, фашист 1, ультралиберал 2, моралист 0, хороший коп, плохой коп 4, честь 0, убито людей 3, раскрыто дело 216, годы службы 18 лет. Окей. Внушение. А это за чего? Плюс грубая сила. Эквилибристика из-за туфли. О. Описание примерно, почему именно такие статы дают. Сушилки стоит посуда, она пахнет моющим средством хуя. The money. Ой, что-то она сбилась.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garansi and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garansi Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
Задать пару
The man
вопросов.
puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Кажется, больше мне ничего не нужно. Оставайтесь маскулинным. Okay.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Интересно, куда ведет дверь?
It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Кобальтовый синь. Часть танцев терапии. Есть в этом месте что-то такое, что будоражит любопытство. Будоражит любопытство.
Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
He's not bothered by your eccentricity. He seems genuinely intrigued himself.
Стороннее у меня расследование. Нет, дверь — это мега-расследование. Главное дело и дело о двери в итоге сольется в одно. Стерео-расследование.
If you say so.
Да
Garth
что
is the
случилось?
person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Потрогать дверь.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every...
Ой, сори. Типа мне надо... Может быть, вот так сделать? И потом так.
Can I help you?
Вот ключ.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
Посмотрим. Нашел шмотки покойного.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Может, мы просто забыли свои действия, может, ходил во сне или был в социальной фуге. А кто-нибудь из твоих сотрудников мог их туда выбросить? У кого еще есть ключи от бака?
The trash collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road.
Подвяжется сам по себе позже.
Thank you anyway.
Может, просто забыл свои действия. Спасибо, давай тогда о чем-нибудь другом.
Yes.
Когда ты видел в танцах еще кое-что. Мне нравится больше этот шрифт.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
В задней части есть таинственная остальная синяя дверь.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Что за ней? У тебя есть?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
Проводит пальцы по стойке, проверяя наличие
He's
последнего.
attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Не мешать ему изображать равнодушие. Мне кажется, тебе интересно, что за той дверью.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Ладно, поговорим о другом.
Yes?
Значит, денег, который должен.
Yes. Have you got it?
Сколько я тебе должен?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real.
Окей. Давай
Like
поговорим о другом.
what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Пока. Так, сейчас могу прокачать. Я не уверен, сейчас чихнул. Так. Кто сложил одежду мусора? Кто еще не несанкционный доступ к мусору? Найдите этого человека и узнайте, кто поставил люки на своем представлении. Спасибо большое. След потайной коридор танцев. Я не спросил
Can I
про...
help you?
В танце еще
Another
кое-что.
thing. Great. I love.
Окей,
Yes.
не так, да. О, здорово, ты кто? Все в мире завязано на деньгах. Это игра Саука, да.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Что это за аппарат?
This is the Caprice Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with the motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Что это за щемящее чувство, возникающее при слове моткарет?
Nothing, nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
У всех полицейских органов такие крутые моткарет?
The Caprice motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
Может, заведем катаемся?
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
Должно быть, что разбудил меня, когда ты прибыл, Мартинес, этот инфернальный рев.
Yes, sorry about that. The Caprice Kinema does have a rather distinctive engine sound.
He says it with very badly concealed pride.
Снова смотреть
In the
кабину.
cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a
Провести
pull-out
пальцем по
toolbox.
рычагам.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Посещать подачку предварительного нагрева топлива.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
No, that's
Девушка,
enough fun
папа.
with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Вытащить выдвижной ящик с
A
инструментом.
metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Взять болторез, абразивной рукояткой, взять фонарик с динамо машины, задвинуть выдвижной, взять монтировку с красным
The
оконечником.
pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
Задвинуть выдвижной
The
ящик.
pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest.
Взять рацию.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Мне нужно поговорить с одной гражданской Сильвией. Возможно, она сообщала об убийстве.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Ким Гар дал тебе номер Сильвии?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Терпеливо ждать.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot. Quite a lot of time has passed.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Здравствуйте, полиция. У меня есть пару вопросов по поводу последней вашей семьи. Сильвия, по-моему, мы уже встречались. Это я, детектив из танцев.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
Реально встречаю, я просто...
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Полицию вызвали вы?
No, not me.
Вы знаете, кто звонил?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Ладно, следующий вопрос.
Yeah, go on.
Вы знаете, как мои бумаги оказались в мусорном баке?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective?
Вы не видели мое удостоверение?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
Я потерял удостоверение, вам не попадалось?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
У Кима нет формы, ничего, он вполне настоящий.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM and end up buried in them as well. Others do it more casually. Looks like you're one of them.
Вы не видели мой пистолет?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, Detective.
Все уже видели вашу крутую пушку, детектив. Я показал вам пистолет когда?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
И что я
You were
сделал?
waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Ладно, не знаю, что искать.
Me neither.
Да, ну что стало с моим пистолетом?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask.
А. Вы не видели мою форму?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on, the disco things.
Somewhere in a dank rental apartment, two police officers stand in the dark. Trash and liquor bottles cover the floor. Things are not good. One of the men, trying not to slip on old newspapers, makes his way to the window and pulls the curtains apart. Roaches scatter as the light comes in. God damn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundance Fisher, looks at the patrol uniform he's wearing, then at an identical suit frame on the wall. It's blue and covered in dust. Let's get the fuck out of here. He turns to Williams. He hasn't been here in days.
Вы уволились из танцев, почему?
You mean why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Почему это вам не хотелось обсуждать?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Кого?
You know whom.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
Окей. Хорошо, не буду давить. Вы собираетесь еще вернуться?
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Окей, спасибо.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Эмпатия. 92%. Стоп, она на вас сердится, что ли? Ну почему?
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the whirling in rags, when she was
Great.
still working there.
Погодите-ка, вы на меня сердитесь, верно? Скажите, что я сделал, я ничего не помню.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skewer thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
Что здесь стоит с поморником?
The stuffed bird, the great skewer. You screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Ой.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Чё, я всегда все ломаю?
It was a pretty bird. There since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty.
There's genuine sadness in her voice.
Спасибо, что поговорили, все добро.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Подсказывать тебе неверно неудачно?
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Все, пока.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of
Ту-ту-ду-ту-ту-ту. Все варики проговаривать? Хз.
an inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, eternite.
Восприятие зрения. Низкий шанс.
An inconspicuous pile of the roof because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets, easy on the eyes. It reveals no secrets at this time. It's nothing.
Температура мяса, скиш молоко, разлагающаяся плоть.
There are several footprints in the mud.
О, нифига, это из-за этого?
Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Что за обувь? В грязи можно изучить следы нескольких человек от 6 до 12. Что за
Heavy
обувь?
workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Носит фабричный рабочий, нихуя себе. А, точно, можно шмотки поменять. Тут вроде сложности нет. Успешно один из твоих навыков ману. А, нифига себе. Цена следы рабочих ботинок указывает на следы. Визуальный анализ. Посчитать точно.
What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
Погнали нахуй. Стоп, или это не то? Грубая сила
There
же, да?
he still is,
Стойка,
looking.
да. Окей. Не беспокойся, это не ты виноват. Проверка на силу воли была разве? А, нифига, окей. Буду обращать внимание, спасибо.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is
Стойкость 2.
there he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
Погнали нахуй.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Попытаться уйти.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Прости.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Свой платок оставьте у себя. Спасибо.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Шаттерный спид, он причина. Ну что тоже теперь поможет. Хорошо, а где достать наш шаттерный спид?
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
О, нихуя себе. Платок лейтенант. Платок, который дал тебе лейтенант Кицураги. Один угол украшен тесьмой и тонко вышитой надписью «Против».
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
У тебя еще остались свои соли? Может, мне отсыпать?
Sure, I'm done with them.
Что ты нас?
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
Ампул с нашатырным спиртом. Достаточно иметь инвентаря. Все.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to the...
Так. Попытка номер 2.
There he still is, looking right through you. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Сплюньте, ничего не говорите.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal.
Почему я не могу удержать это в себе? Я всю жизнь проработал комп. Дерьмо собачье. Я больше не хочу этим заняться, не хочу быть присутствием. А мы не можем заняться чем-нибудь другим? Можем раскроем какое-нибудь другое дело? Почему не могу удержать себя? Я всю жизнь проработал копом.
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. throw up, investigate, throw up, initial autopsy, throw up, baguette. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there, if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
Тебе, похоже, все в порядке.
I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too.
А мы не можем чем-нибудь другим заняться? Может, раскрой какое-нибудь другое дело?
That's probably a good idea. Clear our heads. But before we can do that, you need to get your shit together.
Покачали головой, нет. Я не хочу собираться, хочу быть тряпкой. Но я и так уже собрался. Хорошо.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Тряпка собирательства. Одинокая дорога домой. Ты тряпка. Это не к лицу, ни полицейскому, ни человеческому существу в целом. Тряпке надлежит прежде всего собраться. Привести в порядок эту мягкую, расслюбленную массу. Чтобы вывести себя из состояния тряпки, собери яйца в кулак и держи не менее 30 минут. А потом сделай нечто подобное с полушариями своего мозга. Поговори с людьми, вдруг поможет. Нейтрализировать. А, вот они собираются. Окей. Место для мысли ограничено, вижу. Окей, то есть не все подряд. Тела жертв. Выберите и совершите мысль. Тряпка собирательства. Окей. А, ну у нас фэшн. Пока без этого. А. Открывается так, что расход разумный. Окей, спасибо. Понял.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes. Another thing. Yes.
Сколько дальность тихого урчания электрического сокожемалки? Кто это работает? Оно. Не проснулся.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Взять какое-то сильное тектоническое воздействие, тротуара треснуло, словно яичная скорлупа.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Ладно, все ясно, время шаров.
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime.
Координацию взять шар и показать им, как надо. Действуешь без заминки. Что? Ну? Блять!
This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw...
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
Юля, здорово.
Что?
ЗБС.
Спасибо огромное, спасибо тебе большое. Неплохо исполнился, просто замечательный бросок. Погоди, а почему это все оказалось таким неправильным?
Your muscle memory knew what to do and went for it. But there were gaps. It felt like you were going for a thrust or a lunge. There was definitely gonna be jumping. Maybe you scored a point, but this is a fiasco.
Думал, получится гораздо более зрелищно. Бросок был ужасный, ты это знаешь. Зачем смеяться недавно?
What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect pétanque throw.
В его голосе слышится обожание.
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass?
Презрительно качает головой. Джонни Шарон блистает. Я собирался сделать нечто крутое, но облажался. Идеальный бросок, а по ощущениям провал.
Probably because those rooster pants are squeezing you senseless. Whatever happened to practical, durable, Revachol made? Now, what can I do for you?
Yes, officer. What do we need from this gentleman?
Флешка? Ты знаешь что-нибудь о повешенном на заднем дворе? Вы, похоже, играете в воронки. На круговом перекрестке я видел статую Филиппа Третьего. Что-нибудь повешенное?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
Что такое с большинством мест?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
У тебя значительные прорископы?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Прошу, тебе что-нибудь известно?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
На круговом перекрестке видел статую Филиппа Третьего.
Ah, yes! King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
Что там было насчет кокаина?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
Что стало выше?
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
Когда там ответственность не обойтись без подпитки, наверное, тоже для монарха такое поведение безответственно. Наркоманы не должны даже управлять тяжелой техникой, не то что целой страной. У меня еще остались другие вопросы. Тяжелая техника, не то что целой страной.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
Как должен править вести на канале?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Оказалось, что правитель прежде всего думает о людях.
Alessio is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Да, я смотрю. Похоже, воронки.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Ты знаешь, как образовалось?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Понятно, значит, воронка от артиллерийских снарядов. Ну почему?
Why what?
Почему применяли тяжелую артиллерию?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Кто такие коммунары? Это вы применяете против них Артем? Может, отложим урок истории? Кто такие коммунары?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Это вы применили против них Артем? Может, отложим? Это вы применили?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Че же здесь Мартинезе? Надо было бы место подальше от людей и домов. Зачем здесь Мартинезе? Понимаю, бы тоже тут все развалено. Зачем
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
Плацдарм?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Да ну ничего, кивнуть и повернуться лицом на северо-восток.
This here is blood ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Выйдет коалиция?
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Поэтому тут все разбомбили.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, The party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Так все должно быть. Мне хотелось, социалисты прокладывают путь для крепкого рабочего класса. Заморские державы разгребли за нами бардак, а теперь правят нами. Склонить голову в знак позора. Коалиция вроде бы неплохо получается. Коммуняки просто не понимают, как работают деньги. Что, у меня сели наушники? Коммуняки просто не понимают, как работают деньги.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Я перечитываю.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Какое отношение имеет ко всему это Филипп Третий? Сказать нас это. Кто был Фрисель? Ты говорил о Гийоме. Филипп Третий.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Кто был этот Фрисель?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him. And the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay. In a very public execution.
Ты говорил о Гийоме?
A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
А кто такой этот сюзерен?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Что-то в этом старался такое, что придает ему столько гордости, низкие шансы самообладания. Я хотел попробовать, да.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frisel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frisel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Даже с беседой.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Hello,
Wait,
officer.
sorry.
How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Что знаешь мертвеца?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Да, он тебе наверняка что слышал.
No, officers, I'm sorry. and I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Тряпка собирательства решения. Проблема. Грядет озарение. Okay.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Respects?
Похоже, ты что все-таки не договариваешь.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
Ты такой враг.
Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez knows the Claire brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble statue.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Ты стоишь про союз?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties. Help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
А членства нет.
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card. But Evrard keeps me on the payroll. Just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Какие мелочи делаешь?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
Что ты им пишешь?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Спасибо, кажется.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Выглядит это что вкусно. Можно откусить? Какие у этой игры правила?
Oh, the goal is to throw your bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet.
Деревянный шар в центре воронки. Терес, расскажи мне побольше.
First, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted.
Что-то мне рассказать о питанке?
I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details, officer.
Спасибо.
You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
Конечно, нам еще дело раскрыть надо.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Известно, обратит ли этот процесс бонусы. Стойкость. Все белые проверки разблокированы. Лимит улучшения повышается до 4. И все?
Ну чё, пацаны, погнали,
Агро, спасибо.
К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание, К подчеркивание.
Спасибо большое. Хер. Следующий практически тоже дождем и мокрым снегом. Идут на крышу. Прям фонтан, вода больше не подается, теперь у него растет дерево.
There are clothes inside, cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Пускай что цены включает тряпка.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Самообладание минус трепет. 4.50. Мне не хватает.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra series.
I can see you were taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those
Привет,
sneakers?
скажи, а если тебе дать ключ от игры с тем, ты бы провел стрим по ней?
Не, спасибо большое. Маркером? Сейчас я гляну. Я пока так бегаю. Спасибо большое, да. Здорово, Индиперс. Да, спасибо. Еще раз задано. Да, музыка супер.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness.
Скорость реакции, координация. Энциклопедия минус. Смотри, колонки.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
Продает Diablo Immortal? Это как? Типа буквально франшизу или что?
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Неужели никто не покупает колонки?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Самарская Народная Республика. Я могу купить грустные и униженные самарские колонки.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Но мне нужны колонки.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first. You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
Что круто.
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Ну, крутой я или нет, это не важно. У меня есть полицейские вопросы. Серьезно, я крутой?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Риторика. Сложно убедить его дать тебе денег. Нахуя? Что пытаешься?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
А скидки... У тебя есть разрешение все это продавать, а где ты взял эти удобные штаны?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers. All extremely cool and above board.
А скидки бывают?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
А у тебя действительно распродажи, или ты сперва задрал цены?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up?
Ладно, давай сменим.
Anything for you.
Откуда сирена?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Сузеренитета, верно?
Seaguy, Apricot Suzerainty, it's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in sales. Go ahead, let's make one. Super high quality, friendly prices.
Спасибо, тогда смотрим.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Их вы определенно покупать не будете. Не говори мне это, девки, мне нравятся эти очки. Они слишком чувствительные. Не, неудобно я не буду носить, спасибо.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Минус логика, электрохимия. Покупаться коробки.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Актуализация +1 у меня уже есть. Можно попробовать.
The shine on these sunglasses.
Вижу светло-синие очки. На левой дужке надпись подводная австралийская РНДУ. А право, кажется, вручную вырезанная из кости.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
Личный торговец впервые не находит, что сказать. Примерить очки.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello. So deep.
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Кем коктеть?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Внутрь империи +1, восприятие -1. Это то, что я прокачивал? Бля. Окей, я беру.
A man who knows his style. Much respect.
Правда говоря, ты не очень хорошо видишь сквозь затемненные стекла, но в этой новой серой реальности, будто на дне морском, твои чувства по-настоящему обостряются. Синие линзы сидят вырезанные из кости оправы, как литые. Галстук все еще висит. Разводного моста. Господи, горячий воздух, кислый, едкий и почему-то успокаивающий. Logistic Company. Еще коробка, да вроде все 3 рассмотрел. Все инструменты одновременно. Я понимаю, но я ролплею. Перчатки без пальцев. Темно-синие перчатки без пальцев с пятнами от бензина. Они сильно потерты, но еще довольно теплые и удобные, поскольку сделаны из натуральной шерсти. Следы от никотина на пальцах. О, с очками. Nice. Шлюз на ремонте до среды 7:15. Зафет, плюс здоровье. Амбар трое. Быстрые деньги в скоротечные времена. Может быть, можно купить очки и продать их подороже.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Перевести рычаг вверх.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Пустить
The
рычаг.
spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
Знаешь, как это произошло?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like
Oh,
tire tracks
прикольно.
on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words Daredevil Driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Сейчас за рычаг, который ничего не делает.
It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage.
Чего отключил?
Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes?
Не откажусь.
Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Ты знаешь, что там дальше по берегу?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Не поделишься солями указать на его еду? Какое-то устройство древний кассовый аппарат. В основном военный фуру, но есть и парочку более экстравагантных предметов одежды. Без женщины написано на табличке просто Day. У тебя крутится кинопроектор.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her back. Техника средняя 10. Нарыть, поясни крутую фигурку в коробке под столом. Завоевать ее сердце?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Шиза. Я сейчас приду в туалет. Правое ухо. А, я подумал, у меня что-то с наушниками. Перчатка есть, да, точно, спасибо. Кодзима, да, я видел по поводу убийства новость, то, что с Кодзимой перепутали. Факты не проверили. Да, ща гляну. У меня есть... Нет, не разваливайся. Кекс. A muffin. О! Смотреть рыцарей на лошадях.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Знаете, что я понял? Вот это все описание и то, как наратор разговаривает с тобой, это же как будто бы, ну, Dungeon Master все объясняет. По сути, мы с Dungeon Master'ом типа сидим. Оно, ну, не ощущается, как будто я читаю. Ну, из-за озвучки. Читаю книгу, в смысле. Бля, да как она упала? Там же дырки иностранные. Гейммастер, да, почему? Да, на релизе я был, понимаю.
Franco-Nigerian night. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
Солдатиков синих мундиров.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Только диалоги есть. О, это похож на Рена, который вечно играет Питан.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Royalist soldiers from the time of the Revolution. The uniforms are painted a bit too brightly, I suppose.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Даже мы спасаем. Да не. Ранен с воинственным капиталом. Можешь спросить моего друга Гарта, меня не сделали его сучкой. Гарт. Хуй знает, что прокомментировать.
I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is.
Техника нарыть, так.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the Why? What's
Wow.
this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Кто?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Танька без головы шапку купить.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Фигурка без головы от Faun. Пластиковый сайт без головы, верхом на котором уже пластиковый быке. Его поза выражает то ли отчаяние, то ли гордость. В наборе с ним также идет печально известная шляпа Фауна, за которую он и потерял голову. Голова в набор не входит. Ой.
Typical Martinez street light sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Меня как бы ничего не впечатлило. Но их реклама на котике работает. Уличный фонарь внимательно.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Гостиная.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Сколько за уличный фонарь?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Наверняка спилить такой фонарь был неплохо. Даже учитывая то, что тащить в улицу фонарь рискованно, цена весьма все равно крутая.
There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Я покупаю уличный фонарь, вот 700 реалов. Снова повторю все, что хотел.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Встать на цепочки, чтобы просмотреть получше.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Магнитофон для стерео 8. На самом деле хочу узнать, можно ли его пригодиться при скрывании. Все точно работает? Магнитофон для стерео 8.
It's the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
И все точно работают?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres, even though I don't really like music.
Проигрываю записи, поместить предмет в активный инвентарь. На самом деле я хочу узнать, сможет ли пригодиться в полицейской работе.
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Like a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
Чисто теоретически я могу взять магнитофон на пляжную вечеринку?
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party.
Окей, тогда мы будем отжигать хозяином магазина. На самом деле даже пляж не нужен. С таким магнитофоном принесу вечеринку на улице.
You can play it any way you like. And I guess since you're a police officer, no one can arrest you for it.
Это...
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Качать головой. Полиции в этих районах не хватает критически. Это настоящий подход. Теперь разжигаем здесь. У тебя постоянно были какие-то неприятности? Прошу прощения, тебя, кажется, отвлекаю.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Естественно, я думаю, что некоторые из товаров ты подносишь палец к губам чуть менее безвкусно, чем другие. Не самый лучший бизнес-план. Нужно определить специализацию, провести масштабирование и рекапитализацию. Кивнуть. Да, достойно.
It keeps me entertained.
Рой, что торчит, и если да, то на чем? Электрохимия 28. Я хочу кое-что продать. Возможно, ты поможешь нам в расследовании. Кстати, у тебя случайно нет тут пистолетов вроде тех, что носит сотрудник гражданской милиции?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Купальница тоже была из полиции?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Менее читабельный шрифт. Этот шрифт поприятнее. Тот то ли с засечками, то ли с чем был, он какой-то грубоватый. Как будто бы он на вывесках должен быть, а не, ну, для постоянного чтения. Этот более, типа, мягкий. Вот и все. Просто другой шрифт. Мне этот больше понравился. Но здесь странное решение, некоторые в стиле... Некоторые буквы как латинские буквы, и не совсем это понимаю, но окей, типа, ладно.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Она должна быть фанат. Может быть, она самостоятельно борется с преступностью, хочет доказать, что может делать нашу работу лучше, чем мы сами. Мне это тоже не нравится. А что если она собирается совершить преступление, свалить все на гражданскую милицию?
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find out.
Не знаешь, где она найти женщину?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
Засечками для длинных текстов. А гротеск без засечек для заголовка вывесок. Может, у тебя дислексия? Не думаю. Разве оно не засечками называется? Вот они. Штучки вот эти. Вот. Это разве не оно? Или засечки это когда типа круглые? Я просто, может быть, не разбираюсь. Ну вот, я поэтому говорю, что оно больше типа для заголовков типа подходит. Вот. Ну вот как здесь, типа оно подошло. А дальше оно тоже типа идет с засечками. Это странное решение. То, что для книжек выбирают. Я не знаю, то визуально здесь конкретно, ну, для книжек, может быть, буквенное расстояние здесь какое-то странное, я хз. Дислексическим шрифтом глаза разбегаются? Да нет, нормально. Тут буквенное расстояние, кажется, побольше, сейчас я гляну. Да, здесь они прям плотно друг к другу находятся. Ну, у меня просто ощущение, что я какой-то заголовок скорее читаю.
Ну чё, пацаны, погнали, ёбарь!
Спасибо, Грана. Стоп, это старый донат просто так проиграл. Окей, это странно. Спасибо. Еще раз. Буквы сложнее читается на долгую перспективу. Ну, все по-разному, хз. Это странно, что повторялось. Так, не знаю, куда.
In a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Да, они очень, типа, тесно друг к другу расположены из-за этого, то есть, я не знаю. Наверное, они назвали для дислексиков, чтобы просто, ну, обратили внимание на этот функционал, чтобы попроще было. Но он попроще. Погодите, я заложил свой пистолет.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Для дислексии выглядит так же. Ну, видимо, это общепринято.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
Ты что-то не договоришь.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
То же самое было.
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Видите, за сколько я продал? Что ж такое случается? Даже слушай, надо было все-таки покончить с собой. Жаль, что тебе довелось увидеть меня в таком состоянии. Видите, за сколько продал?
15 real.
Бля.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too.
Одиноко,
in
дорогая.
case you didn't notice.
Тут есть еще и жалость, естественно, да. Что такое случается? Даже с лучшими из нас. Жаль, что тебе довелось увидеть меня в таком состоянии. Не будем об этом больше.
No apologies necessary, officer.
По крайней мере, знаю, как лишился оружия с
Of course.
Возможно, ты поможешь нам в расследовании. Я хотел спросить о своем... Снова, окей. Поможешь нам в расследовании.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Известно об
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Кое-что продать?
Let me have a look.
Хочу продать оружие. Посмотрим, что у меня есть. Открыть меню ломбарда.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
2,50. Продать одежду.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps.
Через другие дела.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type.
Копотип? Есть какие-то копотипы?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
По жалкий коп, я, к сожалению, не уверен. Мне жаль, что он пришлось за мной подглядывать. Крутой коп?
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Жалкий коп, который всегда чего-то жаль.
Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Да. Какие еще есть копотипа? А другие люди не будут завидовать? Мне жаль согласиться. Вообще, знаешь, на самом деле, мне не жаль. Я передумал. Мне не жаль.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
А какие еще есть копотипы?
Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go.
Другие копотипы не будут завидовать, согласиться? Нет, мне действительно не жаль. Отъебись.
Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then. Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox, 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Бонусы. Восприятие. Лимит улучшения повышается до 5. Спиды дают плюс 1 пси. Принять. Окей, это все, что было. Закройте шлюз, стрел, найдите свой пистолет.
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition. Even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups.
Тренер Грубер сила. Будешь, значит, орать, что я слабак и тряпка, чтобы замотивировать? Так точно, тренер. Выкуй из меня органическую сталь. Неинтересно вообще ни капельки. Ну, давай, тренер.
It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete.
Зал прикольно. Ой, а мочу это почему?
When a man sets his mind and body on something and gives his 110%, he is sometimes going to piss himself. It just happens. No shame in that.
В это слишком много унижения, больше по интеллектуальной части. Ну погнали, тренер.
Behold, world. Here walks a sportsman, hands choked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo Athleticus.
Безручие, значит, так, временный бонус за исследование, минус 2 энциклопедию. Минус, интенсивные тренировки, время исследования 40 минут. Но занимался ты своими делами, детективничай понемногу, и тут все сгрыл внутренний голос. Ты что, трус, дохляк? Нелепая медуза, вообще ведешь себя как бы. У этого голоса было 0 уважения к гендерному праву, еще меньше сочувствия к ниже среднего атлетизму. Попробуй специально его разозлить, посмотри, что из этого выйдет. Притворись, что ты не знаешь разницы между Парной и двухпарными фазами метания молота он не вынесет. Разблокировать. А эти? Я подумаю. Тут сломал латный бинокль, теперь он не работает. А, стоп, эта штука исчезла? А, окей. Не тот выбрал справа. А, это-то да, я понимаю. Я просто смотрел, как разблокировал. Северный объезд. Кейпсайд. Причем Мартинеса. Причем. Подбился как тип сезонов.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
The
metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
Что туристический аттракцион делает здесь?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Evrard Claire, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Класс, организованный преступство на самом лучше. А мы что-то можем с этим сделать?
We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Бросить монет.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible, a half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it, its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
О, пакет. Желтый полиэтилен пакет, фритеп. Поместите это принять инвентарь, чтобы собрать товар на улице. Так, ночь только началась. Фотография сохранена, пакет с надписью, надпись доступна, как говорящая. Когда ты открываешь улицо, бьет содовый запах, аромадрожжей пива. Идеально подходит, что собирать тару. Может, на помощь напало какое-то морское чудовище? Похоже, повреждения могли появиться в результате землетрясения. Ровная больше достойна настоящего мужика. Окей.
Yes?
О, они не помечаются, но... Оу, такое бывает. Плюс восприятие, видимо, нужно. Блин, засыпанный снег, здесь больше никто не живет.
The woman still.
Козырь, спасибо большое. Спасибо, Алена.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Oh my.
Old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Пустая табличка.
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Футбольный зал.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Главный торговый зал.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Алло, меня слышите?
Yes, hello. This is Tracy Peniel Electric. Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Sentinel Electrics, я думал, я звоню в Slipstream. Здравствуйте, вы не могли бы впустить меня в здание? Да, хочу подать заявку.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Простите?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice here.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Ты расправляешь плечи. Да, это я. Снова здесь ползаю на коленях в твою жизнь.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Конечно, мне все равно, просто у меня были непростые времена.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Стоп, здесь просто решетка.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
Давайте о чем?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Алло?
She doesn't answer.
Скажешь, что это хорошо, что хорошего забвения.
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
Что это было?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Что ж, ладно, до свидания.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Восковой цилиндр. Можно попробовать.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons list. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
24.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Мужская школа бокса и тренажер.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
Парикмахерская.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Когда откроется эта полиция.
Sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Восковой цилиндр. Окей. Фига. Благодарю. Так, ладно, разберемся.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere. Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the Solipsistic, Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man. Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the Sages at the End of the World. Man from Heimdall and the False God. Man from Heimdall and the Scorched Earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall and the Swamp Beast. Man from Heimdall and the Snow Crabs.
So?
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in Hell. Man from Heimdall and the Forest of Slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Heimdall-man, and so much more.
Болевой порог средняя. Привлекает ли меня какая-то из этих книг?
Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Продавец, расскажите, как мне приятно.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Почему они так популярны?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Блин, мне такой учитель поисковой стоит начать.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdall-man, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Гатномания. Ручные издания. Потающий конфет. Темный гор запрятан старый спортивный журнал. Бренд рецепт национальной кухни. Орды у всех рецепты используются озерная форель.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
She's right. Those curtains give off some eerie vibes. Better not mess with it. Be wary of those mysterious ornaments from the dark aisles. Do you realize what's out there? Upon the mist-shrouded islands of Ile de Fantôme in Seminine, eerie pygmies and wild shamans practicing unnatural mysticism. They lurk in the tropical pearl of Seminine, casting strange magics on everyone. Ignore the curtains, or suffer the consequences.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Смотреть странную безделушку в виде клетки.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
С порогом плевать, вы меня не остановите, я их открою. Дело в проклятии, этого вы боитесь?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Я чувствую, как мест зовет меня, я должен узнать, что за порогом.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains.
Плевать, я иду.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Распахнуть их рывком на этот раз по-настоящему.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Личный силуэт сушилки волос. Слегка андрогинный портрет мужчины.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Дверь.
Only an echo. No one is there. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens.
Okay, мы пробуем.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt?
Боже, пытаешься, это точно была не самая лучшая мысль. Это что, кровь?
Are you alright? This looked pretty intense and painful, I must admit.
What is going on there? Are you really trying to break down the back door? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't tempt the spirits or you'll damage the holy wards on the door.
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however. It's still locked and closed, covered in dozens of little charms and trinkets.
Болевой порог. Только взгляд на женственную прическу ставит твою мускулинность под угрозу. Трактат «Мои фашисты» довольно откровен. Забавно иллюстрированная брошюра, очень цветастая.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps. They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas Alamir, archipelagos. North Arc. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Сможешь разглядеть на островах города?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth, connections to other worlds, words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of, to the east, rolling hillsides. Huron, it's somewhere. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
Сгная карта Райана Мартинеса от 48 года.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Карта потолочный вентилятор. Блять, все проверки не по моей части. А, ну только сила воли, может быть. Электронный дверной звонок. А? Легендарно. Как пробросил здесь еще одна скучная книга. Okay.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that wholeness, unity, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
О, нихуя внутри империи найти что-нибудь поистине потустороннее.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl. The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pearl, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree. from the near pale.
Больно.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired. Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable. Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in? For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
Есть еще что-то примечательное?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations. You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
Чем на свойство серости? Уважаемый, что здесь за...
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Уже на это тоже найдешь что-нибудь
I
достойное?
would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Кто или что такое
A
Светоч?
very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Думаю, конечно, самый крутой и великий.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
Вы рекомендуете эту книгу?
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Величайший Светоч.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Yeah.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen умирает?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. Come on, this is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here.
Gosh, why?
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Бля, он звучит как Джорджи, это... Пингай. Ну, не Пингай, а... Фрэнк... Филфи Фрэнк.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Скорость реакции средняя. Скорость реакции. Такой Дик Mullen.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real, That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Set-in supplement, so it makes sense.
Какие у вас тут настольные игры?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Braubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Также у меня дети, семья. У меня есть друзья, смотришь на лейтенанта. У меня есть друзья.
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Друзья, цыпочки есть. Посмотри меня, кто мог захотеть меня. По-моему, еще детей у меня нет.
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
Что за товар гром?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though. You've hurt yourself now. I told you not to mess around back there. What are you even trying to accomplish, you fool?
Казалось, я так пытаюсь проломить дверь с помощью группы. Нужно знать, что за тайна скрывает эта дверь. Это часть моих духовных исканий.
You're only making things worse. Stop it. Be compelled to look at the books. Go to them.
Девочка сказала, что это место проклято.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Если я хочу купить книгу.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Oh, go. Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Да.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Да.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Да. Не собираюсь оценивать человека, не имея такой привычки.
Come now. It's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
This.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Считаю, что вы поступаете неправильно, но это настоящий боец, пояснит Сенека. Пришел, чтобы свернуть свободный рынок и покончить с детским трудом. Ладно, сменим тему. Я считаю, что вы с ней неправильно поступаете. Да.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Да. Пришел, что свернуть рынок и покончить с детским трудом. Ладно, сменим.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Шли осталась торговка книгами. Так, окей.
sir.
Самообладание. Нью-Йорке буквально наблюдать за морем безразлично твоим приближением. Этот лук сияет так, словно его недавно покрасили. С этого шло, пока снег не растает, редко выпадает. Столы и стулья побиты дождем и гнили. Оранжево-бомжовская шапка. Скорость реакции плюс, риторика минус. Вязаная шапочка с двумя громадными дырками. Такое могли использовать в качестве маски во время вооруженного ограбления. На стреме. Мозг бомжа. Окей. Ручки наполовину заполнены дождевой водой. Просто закроет дверь, но ты с подозрением смотришь на нее.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
А ты сейчас спишь?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever. Trying to sneak up on me again. Trying to snuff me out. Get away, pig.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Концептуализация. Со шапки.
Just an ordinary wall.
Там бы написали вроде. Девчонка, что она пролила краску. Просто с помощью которых я развиваю. А? Соответственно, здесь были другие постройки.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Откройте, полиция.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Я не шучу.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Смотрит на яхту, стоящую у
The
причала.
streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know?
Серые
Date
двери?
of birth,
Нет,
blood
реально,
type,
спасибо.
the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Знать, как вас зовут, или не нужно принимать наши штуки. Если мне так со мной говорить, начнем с группы крови, а дальше посмотрим. Да, и гепатит, когда ты последний раз сдавал анализы? Хотели узнать, как зовут, или не нужно принимать наши
And
штуки?
here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Куда ты коишься, что там?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat. Her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
Что за что?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
Я свое мнение по этому поводу поделиться. То есть ты не знаешь, что
Have
написать?
you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Свое мнение по этому поводу поделиться?
Yeah?
Я люблю паблик-арт, не обращай на нас внимания, продолжай творить. Мне придется остановить тебе эту хулиганку. На самом деле нет у меня никого мнения. Люблю паблик-арт, не обращай внимания, продолжай творить.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Упс. Тебе что-нибудь нужно недавно убийство? Что-нибудь известно?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Да скоро все.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Ладно. Похуй. Так. О май. Нет. Военно-морское пальто. Внушение. Минус сумрак. Классическое двубортовое пальто идет всем, даже тебе. Если тебе когда-нибудь придется бороться с ветрами из штурвала корабля, но и прикроет, несмотря на то, что моль проявила тяжелую материю несколько. Так точно, капитан, офицерская выправка. Сумрак это... Доверить своему телу, запугивайте людей. Концептуализация минус внушение. Грубая сила. Сумрак восприятия. Калибристика. Самообладание. Здесь как тень поражать великолепием, моторика. Самообладание. При себе сохраните покерфейс. Окей. Музыка.
There must be another way into the building.
А что так громко было?
So much for a quiet smoke.
Окно на двор и на дерево, когда проезжает. Курильщик наверху мог быть свидетелем, нужно с ним поговорить. Я понял.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Почему ты шепчешь? Такое ощущение, что у тебя уже проблема. Правильно доставаю, хочу выяснить, что происходит поздно, и уж проблема с этим отношением. Чё шепчешь?
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Договоримся в другой раз. Вообще, Жадару очень нужно поговорить с тобой.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Сейчас со звуком было, у меня тоже было супер громко. Это что-то с игрой. Подскажешь, как тебя звать? Похоже, тут открывается хороший вид на задний двор кафе. Можешь что-нибудь сказать о повешенном? Подскажешь, как тебя зовут? Похоже, открывается хороший вид на задний двор.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Ой, разве?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
Ну, смотри, двор с некоровым укрывает старый садовый стулья, засохшие комнатные растения. Ни в одном из соседних окон свет не горит.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
А я просто тихо говорю, я далеко от микрофона. Как на самом деле звук, что-нибудь видел?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
I'd even go...
We will remove...
Oh.
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you.
And when?
Last week?
You didn't...
It was my son.
A, makes sense. He doesn't reply.
No.
Поговорим позже.
We won't.
Делать последнюю затяжку и тушь сигарету за снежный период. Та шипя не угасит.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Внушение. Моя стезя, нихуя себе. Внушение. Убедите его остаться. 97%.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Послушай, понизить голос. Я лишь хочу, чтобы все снова устаканилось. Может, встретимся где-нибудь в другом месте?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders, a speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
Вроде до этого, когда я играл, таких проблем не было. Странно. Ну, бывает.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
Когда он становится горой, то угол становится мягким и задумчивым. Легким движением руки он бросает окурок за ограждение.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Ебать. Куда он?
He's gone.
Надо бежать посмотреть, куда он пошел.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
Okay. Okay. Удаленное выселение, объявление, пропажа домашнего питомца наклеено на одно поверх другого. Очки с откинутыми линзами аудитора, плюс логика, минус авторитет. Сведение баланса, богемный утырок, возможно, наркоман. Темные очки с откинутыми линзами, старую эру. Сейчас такие очки носят только бухгалтеры криминальной группы, которые хотят выглядеть круто. Кровь, полночь, стресс, пахнет стиральным порошком. Парабная полка, ботинки, кроссовки, старые тапочки. Квартира 12, доносит громкий раскатистый храп. Шторки душ, какая-то слизь. Тут темновато, может фонарик бы помог, но ладно. Стоит нарисована пятиконечная звезда.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it.
Мы могли бы перекусить скобу болторезом?
Why would we want to break into some random citizen's apartment?
Просто потому, что мы могли бы.
The lieutenant looks at you for a long moment, then blinks once.
I suppose if one were committed to it, there's a pair of chain cutters in the kinema.
No reply.
Открытка Буги-стрит.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Уже снова постучаться.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Откройте полицию.
Do I have to open the door?
Слушайте, сколько каблуков, когда он подходит к двери вплотную, и интонация становится оборонительной.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Дверь в квартиру 9 заперта. Квартира 8. Печатное решение ассоциации риэлторов. Он убился в темноте о берег. В столе старый список покупок банковской платежки.
What happened here?
Банк не может печатать квартиру, которая дыра в стене. Это так печально. Банк не может
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Наверное, в холодильник что-то есть.
Indeed.
Oh my.
Give me a moment.
Все же похоже, тяжело
The
дышать.
cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
В порядке, может, врача?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Еще Мартин Мартинеса.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
Еще он сам сказал мне, что он Мартин... сам сказал мне...
Brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Tim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Лет 25, темные волосы, худощавый, курит на балконе. Знаешь, где он живет?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right? What's he in trouble for?
За убийство ему грозит пожизненно. Вы знаете, где он живет?
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Кто такая?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Где живете?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
Есть несколько вопросов про квартиру.
Ask away, policeman.
Знаете, кто жил в печатной
The
квартире?
hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Почему в брошенной квартире дыра в стене?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
Кто-то из жильцов его водца, у него почтовый ящик забит.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
Тоже 10-я
No
квартира.
one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Ну, с кем я говорю? Через дверь?
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Я посмотрю, да.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Тоже за дверью свечащий за окно.
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Астрология.
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Ну что, про астрономию?
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
Что можете рассказать о Сине?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Спасибо, я пойду. Надпись отряд для расстрела богача. А, 10. Правда, времени мало.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Квартира должна пустовать по проникновению самовольно.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Тогда открой дверь, чтобы я мог установить ваше личество. Вы что, варите там морфия? Мне не нужно ордер, если я подозреваю проникновение.
Oh, come on!
That was smart.
Способен косвенного налогообложения, черные туфли с пряжками. Это как? Плюс один к способам косвенного налогообложения. Состоятельный добытчик. Эти туфли от первого Энгерса вместо шнурков снабжения мешком, пряжкой снабжены. Элегантными обтекаемыми формами их называют самые продвинутые модельные обувью. Они настолько продвинуты, что к ним не липнут ни помой, ни грязь. Здесь бы подошел стандартный шрифт, когда читаешь. Почему-то здесь это тяжело читать. Похоже, неплохой матрас.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Решение успех. Будьте проживлены. Милая стрижка.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
Кто жил в печатной квартире дальше по
Oh,
коридору?
that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Похоже, тоже потерял деньги. Вряд ли он задолжал какую-то серьезную сумму. Квартира выглядит так себе.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
Я, похоже, тоже потерял деньги.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
А что с...
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Что здесь делать?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Отвратительно, кто здесь жил?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Это все, спасибо.
Of course.
Give me a moment.
Я не нашел 10-ю квартирники маргинала. Там была риэлторша, которая говорила апартамент для новых жильцов. Готово.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Да-да, вот привет, радиокомпьютерные волшебники, они спасут место нашей экономики. Никто не приедет, нас ждет одна лишь нищета и запустение, пока мы начнем убирать риэлторов, не начнем убивать риэлторов. Распутные девки и извращенцы, вот кто приедут сплюнуть. Я уверен, что все будет в порядке, этому дому нужны постепенные изменения, едва заметны. Да, вот привет, радиокомпьютерные волшебники.
I do like wizards, and people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about our fates.
She means clairvoyance.
Спасибо, пойду.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
А мы эволюционируем, леди, у вас неприятности. Мы полицейские не любим закрытые двери, не допустим балкона. Еще не любим, когда нас смотрят сверху вниз. Ага, мы эволюционируем.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
До скорой сильно. Рабочие джинсы по рулям, скорость реакции, электрохимия. Эти же выглядят потертыми, жопа их бывшего владельца, видимо, была собственноручно вылеплена самим Господом Богом. Это великолепно перстная крепко впечаталась в ткань. Интересно, если начать носить, они перенесут свою монументальную форму на то невыразительный зад. Эквилибристика, электрохимия, скорость реакции, электрохимия. Я шапкой их подберу. Что? Столько? Так много вообще? Здесь кто-то спал недавно. Синди. Это угля хватит не на одну зиму. Пахнет химией.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Ты спишь в угольном человеке.
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
Правда, шахтер?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
тебя что, нет нормального дома?
Does anyone in a city like this?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Самое лучшее место, конечно, сгодится.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
Вот хочу кое-что спросить.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what...
Раскрою сильно. Сверху хлопает на ветру брезент, ржавеют забытые молотки и гвозди. Замок заржавел, войти не получится. Ты у бабки деньги спиздил? А, что?
Give me a moment.
Не.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. Because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
Так, балкон. В стоке виднеется бордовое свечение городских огней. Вдалеке слышу шум машин, на город опускается ночь. В этом электричке полно проводов и окурков. О. Нет. Что? Просто дверь в данный момент не представляет тебе интерес. Окей. Представляет интерес. Тут выращивают розмарин, чабрец и кактус.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
29. 30. А, туда доступа нет? Окей-доки.
This door is made of metal and appears to be number 20.
Let's see.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
А почему не сегодня?
A smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Tomorrow 9 p.m. right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
В квартире 28 после 20... Квартира 28 после 21, чтобы проверить, есть ли кто дома. Может, это эротическая литература, но без настоящей эротики.
The worker is on the counter, rolled out of his open hand.
Наделал шум, общаясь с Гартом.
Of headache medicine.
Сложно разбудить. О, можно разбудить.
The worker on the counter rolled out. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Слова излишние, издать первобытный вопль.
Why the yelling, man?
С чем-то лет мужчина медленно поднимает голову и смотрит на тебя с печалью. Ты живой? Выглядел как жмур. Просто хотел проверить, что будет, если порать. Мне нужно задать тебе пару вопросов.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police more than they usually do, at least.
Ну, что интересного во сне? Расскажи про Wild Pines, когда наблюдено на комбинезоне. Почему ты спишь, пока у остальных стачка? Которых за стачку. Что насчет трупа на заднем дворе? Твое добро указать на бутылки и разлит ром.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
Видел чего интересного во сне?
Thank God, no.
Реально ли тебя бездомная тьма? В объекте, как все мы должны отдать всякие трупы в мавзолей. Познал чистое ничто в коем сознании тяжелое чменное взорство. Скажи, на ли ты блаженство, где нет никаких выше? Чистое ничто в коем сознании не тяжелее ячменного зернышка.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No malt grains or whatever, no poetry stuff, just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
Скажи про эмблему Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
Как она?
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
Заметил сумасшедший дом.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment. For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
Что ты спишь, пока остальные стачка?
Nate got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
Кто организовал стачку?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
То есть лидер не...
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart.
Knows how to negotiate. He's got
Эмпатия.
our back.
Наверное, эмпатично. Что еще, труп на заднем дворе?
Yeah, what about it?
Он, кажется, не волнует. У вас часто трупы на деревьях болтаются? Просто пытаюсь понять, что ты о нем знаешь.
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Пожалуйста, ты знаешь, расскажи, что ты подзнаешь.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
Что будет плохо?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Так, просто я считаю, что покойный убивал людей, думает он. Да. Ладно, спи себе.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep. The worker is in a deep slumber on the counter, rolled out of his open hand. You see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. Acknowledging your presence. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The door does not budge.
Can I help you?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all. Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
Да, надо сделать с большим энтузиазмом. Не надо бы это делать. Это станет моим главным приоритетом. Не надо бы этого не делать. Это станет моим главным приоритетом. Всего этого не делать никто не заставит. Это станет моим главным приоритетом. То, что подумал.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Хотите сигареты покурить? Это задание. Нужно где-нибудь раздобыть сигареты. Покурить нельзя, отказываться от такого. Найдите пачку, возьмите в руки, добавьте предмет в руках. И волшебный дух сделает все остальное.
The bed is cold.
Я забыл, кто это. Зарабатывать надо тратить.
Hello again, sweetie.
Зайке нужны деньги, я зайкам даю денежки. Что она знает, где можно найти деньги?
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth.
Что такое получка? Я такого не видал. Внушение среднее. Надавить ей на жалость. Понимаешь, идеализм. Ну да, давайте попросим помощи.
Your deportment remains dignified as you shed a single manly tear.
Очень сильно такого просить, но я совсем воздержался. Мне помогла бы любая сумма.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I could give you this to pawn, just to tide you over.
Снова на куртке золотой значок роняйте его.
Wonderful. He has a pin.
Не без сарказма отмечать лейтенанту, у него есть значок.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas relief with the sun hovering over the water behind them. A chipped green banner at the bottom reads, San Baptiste, Summer 31, Dinghy Races.
Обещаю выкупить его обратно, как только найду деньги.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I suppose it would be nice to get it back.
Про
I hope
значок.
you're able to pawn that old trinket.
Решил их закладывать, отдать значок.
Oh, thank you, dear. I confess I am glad to see it again.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events.
Now, what else?
Можно было прочитать про него, но пофиг. Открытка Буги-стрит, фотография мертвыми петухами, своим товаром. Красная кровь стекает, порта мимо скользит фигура прохожих. Скоро разбогатеем. Жестоко для жителей Редюсен Кислен. Номер в танце не сильно больше этой яхточки. Но стоит больше, чем ты когда-либо сможешь заработать. А? Бля, да ну. Тень на воде растение зеленеет под ее гладкой поверхностью.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Что означает данная штука, дорогая, кажется, я уже где-то слышал. Как вы догадались? Вот ближе притягивает руку поверх перил. Пожать руку.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Похоже, вы богат, дадите мне денег?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
А что, почему нет?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
Странно просто, да. Какой дорогой материал. Какой блестящий дорогой материал.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities.
Так, а что?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ты не можешь попросить у нее денег, ты чувствуешь стыд, мне не стыдно. Что за чувство, оно мне не знакомо. Я работяга, труженик, и мне не стыдно вытрясти пару монет из опек. И правильно, мне должно быть стыдно за один только мысль об этом, она женщина, а я мужчина. Да черт возьми, пора уже самому зарабатывать деньги. Что за чувство, оно мне не знакомо. Мне есть, типа, стыд?
Yes. You're too ashamed to ask this person for money. Too scared to belittle yourself in her eyes. Those half-precious stones of Odinil. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Assistance? Да, окей, можете дать мне немного денег?
Voila, you're doing it.
Похоже, вы богат, дадите мне денег. Не могли бы дать мне денег? Прошу, помогите, я беден. Чтобы жить дальше, мне нужны деньги. Не могли вы дать мне денег?
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
Она на удивление спокойно воспринимает. Быть может, она знает о твоем затрудненном положении больше, чем показывает. 10 тысяч. Нет, нереально. Но 130 вполне.
That's a good sum. Not too small. Not fantastically large.
Она запускает руку в карман плаща и... Да ну нахуй! Достает оттуда маленький конверт на застежке, внутри пачка бумажного купюра, словно черная жабра невиданной рыбы.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch.
Я смогу заплатить за отель, ебать!
Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
Дать еще не, это было бы уже позорным, а честь — основа моего существования.
Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
Потому что есть подкуп, я ваша пешка. Я честный полицейский, один из немногих честных людей в Вашуле. Я все еще пытаюсь узнать, что такое деньги. Вы лишь помогали мне разобраться с этим понятием. Теперь давайте сменим тему.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Что можете про самосуд
Quite a few
рассказать?
things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Чтобы соблюсти интерес своего ПВД, вы нужно спросить ваши имена и номера удостоверения. Нет, бля. Блять, я бутылки собирался. Не осталось фотокарточку. Бутылки просто сдать, в принципе, все. Свой мир и очень хорошо проработал что-нибудь. Да, не сеттинг. Сеттинг, да, проработал.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, detective?
Просто с деньгами, я не знаю, почувствовал, что почему-то можно спросить у него деньги. Это странно. Это сработало, нихуя.
The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Помните, мой напарник говорил, что недавно у меня случился необычный приступ, из-за него я потерял удостоверение.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Возможно, я проснулся после ночи обильного возлияния и не смог вообще ничего вспомнить ни про свою жизнь, ни про этот мир. Насколько я знаю, я мог его съесть, я ничего не помню. Ни про мир, ни про этот город, ничего. Я проснулся после ночи обильного возлияния и не смог вообще ничего вспомнить ни про свою жизнь, ни про этот мир.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond.
Из детей, спасибо тебе огромное за 13 месяцев, спасибо большое. Трепета про то, что на дне моря что-то есть, смотрит на тебя из бездны, но у него не вкачана физика.
I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
А вот думаю, теперь мне внутренняя империя помогла или нет?
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Ебать, бля, сочувствую к твоей амнезии, 97%. Let's fucking go.
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Наверняка есть какой-нибудь другой способ подтвердить нашу принадлежность к органам провода порядка.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Например?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
Что торговля им выгодна. Profiting from this trade. Okay.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
О, прошу прощения на минутку. Йо. О, мигает.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, detective.
Что ты ожидал?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Это на аукционе игра выпала. Да. Да, я думаю, все прошло хорошо.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Жаль, что я поставил нас в такое положение, я с этим разберусь. А ты что предлагаешь делать? Отказаться расследовать контрабанду наркотиков? Можем просто, найти мое удостоверение, вернемся к ней. А что предлагаешь делать? Отказаться расследовать контрабанду наркотиков?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it.
В сторону профсоюза.
What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Можем просто, найти мое удостоверение.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Вернемся к ним.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Контрабанда наркотиков, вы на яхте. Расскажите мне, что вы знаете, рассказать о забастовке. Создать впечатление умного человека. Мне нужно, чтобы кто-нибудь поподробнее рассказал мне о реальности, в которой мы находимся.
This reality.
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
Изучая этот мир, я надеюсь узнать больше о себе. Это связано с тем приступом. Мне сложно вспомнить даже фундаментальное понятие этой реальности. Нет времени объяснять. Вообще сейчас не самое лучшее время. Это связано с тем приступом. Фундаментальное понятие этой реальности.
Yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Что такое придумать что-нибудь фундаментальное? Низкие шансы. А что такое придумать что-нибудь важное для тебя? Полицейская волна. Попробуем.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Где мы?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
Я сам пережиток эпохи диска.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Что такое Мартинез?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Подробнее Мартинез упомянули, как она называется.
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
No, I can?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Как называется этот остров?
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body, the dots under her eyelids shaped.
This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
What is this in?
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not.
There's a spark in the air, a live wire hanging in the wind, in your hungover neocortex. Then the sea air cools it down.
Что говоришь?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
Что можно сказать об этом городе?
Great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
Чем велик Ревachol?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Ясно, кто построил этот город?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
Криптозоологов там отдельная тема будет, бля. Когда построили Ревachol?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
Как же это помогло запечатлеть
They
историю?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Что у нас здесь?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient
стрима?
island,
Не
able
знаю,
to sustain
полчасика,
up to
часик.
200 million people, in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
То есть мы находимся в ненужной части нужного места, в центре мира, то есть мы на окраине практически никого.
I think it's fair to
Часть
say
нужного
so.
места.
Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Революционное правительство, Австралийский операционный штаб.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Где мы?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Шумовые дереализация. Социальные статьи герои Ревachol не звучат как... Угу. Все еще... Из всех мыслей подцепить уголок, попробовать открыть. Это кажется тебе самое важное из всех мыслей, то, что обязательно надо довести до конца.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Если они сделают это сейчас, не стану ли тебя правда, в
It's
другой
better
раз.
not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Что это? Расспрашиваешь, раскинув руки в сторону. Спасибо, пока.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Вы на яхте.
Why, yes, I am.
У нее есть имя?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Круто, вашей яхте действительно нужно имя.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
Как насчет стремительная форель? Как насчет Долорес?
Why Dolores?
Мне почему-то нравится это имя.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion.
Вам нравится? Ну что это за яхта? Какого она
It's a
типа?
pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Вам нравится?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Кажется, здесь мало у кого есть
Of course there
СОС.
are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
Погодите-ка, на архипелаге осмотреть.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Каю, я думал, мы в
We
Ревашоле.
are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Как будто я не видел, чтобы здесь еще кто-то катался на
I
яхте.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
Все есть право на управление этой яхтой?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Ладно, с яхтой мы разобрались. Скажи мне, Wild Pine, чем вы занимаетесь?
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
Тогда чем они
The
занимаются?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more.
Сколько у Wild Pines
I'm
денег?
not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
Что такое миллиард?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
Сколько же он составляет?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Всего-то, я думал, Wild Pines это успешная компания.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Walpines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
Откуда Wild Pines все эти
They
миллиарды?
started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Что такое гигантская система нужна в таком
You
месте?
mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
На самом деле не можно отвечать за транспортировку, а рабочие без них компания, что это все, что я хотел знать. 8% всех грузов в мире, да уж, это действительно крупное предприятие. Но на самом деле не вы отвечаете за транспортировку, а рабочие без них компания ничто. Ну, они связаны. Ну да. Ну, наверное,
There are
крупное.
no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Что можете рассказать о забастовке? Хорошо, сказать мне, предполагаю, которого дорога. Что можете рассказать о забастовке?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Видите, а если я хочу услышать о коммерческих тайнах?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
Как же это сделать?
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Какую роль вы играете?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
А, вы имеете в виду головомера?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
А как проходили переговоры до того, как случился
Let's
самосуд?
say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Что с Гамоновой?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Да, не очень получилось.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Какие требования?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Похоже, не имеет понятия, как делаются дела.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Что это значит?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines Group makes a decision about what? About anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez
Уся,
terminal.
привет. Я твой фанат. Хоть тут сидит твой клон и включил повтор. Дропай, умоляю. Дропай, умоляю. Дропай.
Just so you
Умоляю.
understand, this
Дропай,
is but one
умоляю.
of 22
Дропай, умоляю.
terminals owned
Дропай,
by Wild
умоляю.
Pines.
Дропай.
Essentially, not only are they kings of the company,
So-
they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Ну, а если бы у них были телефоны, чтобы можно было быстро кнопку нажимать и все, и там бы собирались подписи. Ну, типа, электроника. Это было бы быстрее, чем просто ходить по ним. Игра прикольная, супер. Король мертв, да здравствует рабочие. Зависит. Я не знаю, какой тейк взять. Что собирается
I'm not
делать?
sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Да, еще раз спасибо.
Behind the whirling in rags.
Да-да.
A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Еще чемпионс ворот. Это вы их туда отправили?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Что меня председатель просит господин Клэр.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Настолько
He is the
ужасно?
most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Брат-близнец Эдгар? Что, еще их двое?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Вася. А что вы можете сказать про сам профсоюз, не принял расчет братьев Клэр?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act. But they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Эффективная защита прав местных рабочих, чудовищный пев, который вопросы жизни из Ревашоля. Банда социалистов, мне еще не сложилось примерно мнение по этому вопросу. Да я пока не ебу, чем они занимаются.
Of course, officer.
Еще один момент, как вы сказали, что произошла какая-то история с выборами.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Можно ее шантажировать.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, man. We'll be just fine.
Ja, слушай, все, что нужно, давай сменим.
Of course. How else can I help?
Расскажи по поводу этой контрабанды
It's
наркотиков.
quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, man?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Прям понимаешь, что сырье поступает из Самары в Ревашоль через терминал? Вы хотите, чтобы преследовать это дело через Самару?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Грузовики. Значит, мне понадобится болторез.
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
То есть застрявший на перекрестке ЖК это не случайность, да? Чем вы можете доказать, что преследование замешано? Главное превышение. Застрявший перекресток ЖК это не случайность.
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Вы можете доказать, что преследование замешано.
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
Что забастовка финансируется за счет сырья для наркотиков?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Ладно, примем решение по поводу этого расследования контрабанды.
Yes?
Мы возьмем за это дело, проверим водителя, посмотрим, к чему это приведет.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Спасибо на это все пока.
Of course, detective. Take care.
Фух, так. Интересненько. Го оплачивать отель. Быстрее побежали, сука, пока все не закрылось. С пакетом бежим, бля, с пакетом. 6 центов. 60 центов. 59, если быть точным. У меня есть один опыт, я подумаю. А что за инвентарь? Плевать, бежим. Информация Джойса самосудия. Тайна радиопомех. Узнать всю правду о реальности. А, можно зажать. Благодарю.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Yes, I am. Оно. Я останусь центом, но без долгов. Чудесное чувство.
Can I help you?
Еще денег, которые я должен.
Yes. Have you got it?
Я принес твои деньги.
Well.
А, надо было 130. Ебать. Ну тогда у меня еще деньги останутся. Хлопнуть купюру по прилавку. Да, подавись ты. Вот. Прости за неудобство. Вот 130 реалов. Да, прости за неудобство.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Здесь и дальше завтрашнего дня убедительно прошу оплачивать посту.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Стукнув по металлической щечку в задней части, в 20 минут все двери запираются автоматически. Мне повезло.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Начиная с завтра.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Yes?
Вся смысл в том, что ты бомжиков забавно. Деньги, чтобы заплатить карту за номер. Вам нужно идти, чтобы заплатить за номер в танцах, иначе после Досендера будет заперта. Если вы не найдете место, где начать бесплатно, придется повторять это каждый вечер. Стоп, а за эту ночь я смогу?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Спокойной ночи, лейтенант. Готов ли я спать? Я не уверен. Спокойной ночи, лейтенант.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Окей. Ну пофиг. Пойдет. В принципе, она бегался
The
сзади.
air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
Какие у нас рогополы считаю? Промолчать и просто посмотреть на ночной. Не знал, что
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Подумал о том, чтобы начать курить. Не угостишь сигаретки? Как-то Как ты стал таким крутым? Ну что ж, подведем там. Не угостишься, говорит?
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Подведем итоги. Или что? Как ты стал? Не, он был крут.
It's been a long and eventful day.
Как все прошло сегодня?
You were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man, so we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
Сейчас мы план начать издалека и постепенно приближаться к месту преступления. За небольшую сегодня не способен, просто из меня вышел не очень хороший процесс помолчать. Часть моего плана начать издалека и постепенно приближаться к месту преступления.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We tried to interview the White Palms rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
Joyce?
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Prison 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
Значит, не люблю попросту тратить время, соображая быстро, так что всему остальному приходится приспособиться. С длительного забега хочу поучаствовать в благотворительном марафоне, а знаю, как делать дела 40. Я не знаю, почему я делаю то, что делаю, лейтенант Куцураги.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
С оранжевым. Он смотрит на твои туфли, измены кожи внезапно улыбается. Так что, какие у нас органы полномочия?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Не располагает ли это к превышению полномочий?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Еще почему не
The
больше?
RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
Понятно, какие еще у нас полномочия?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Где гарантия, что... Гарантия, что арестованный явится в участок?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
Есть что-нибудь, кажется, сопротивление?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
То есть, если я убью кого-нибудь при выполнении задания, что преступление, которых мы признаем виновным?
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Что происходит с людьми, которых мы признаем виновными?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Кто ставит все эти
The
права?
coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Rebachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Считать, что это были жители Ревашоля. Будем считать, это было коалиционное правительство. Промолчать.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
Что такое Моралинтер?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
Если бы я не знал, что это, как бы ты его описал?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Ну что они верят?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
Кем был Долорес Дэй? Кем была?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Что ты о них думаешь?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Тебе нравится Моралинтер?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad, but the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
Есть свое мнение по поводу Моралинтерна, то есть итоги.
Do you?
Велоплоки ты показываешь на город, они нужны нам здесь, чтобы мы могли наводить порядок в Ревашоле. То, что они тут сделали, не поддается описанию. Видал, что здесь творится не какой-то не гуманизм. У пешки крупнейшей в мире буржуазная организация на защите буржуазных прав. Тихо пробормотать. Мигранты, либеральные кипты, ебанутые мужики, которые превращаются в баб. Если подумать, у меня нет никакого мнения по этому поводу. Забудь. То, что они тут сделаны, не поддается описанию. Видал, что здесь творится не какой-то не
We
гуманизм.
are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Никаких проблем в Vigilante. Да, Vigilante это плохо. Может, пора написать свой закон? Не вижу никаких проблем. Vigilant. Ху. Vigilance. Я забыл. Но термин есть. Тот, кто в обход правовых процедур занимается преследованием лиц, обвиняемых в настоящем или вымышленных проступках и не получивших заслуженного наказания. Вигилантов Сан-Франциско. Персоны или группы, целью которых является преследование лиц, обвиняемых в настоящих или вымышленных проступках, не получивших заслуженного наказания в обход правовых процедур, хотя их жертвами они редко становятся настоящие преступники. Вигиланты могут иметь собственное преследование, представление о том, что называть преступлением группы и отдаленные граждане, помогающие властям. Преследование преступников не считаются вигилантами, если они не устраивают самосуд. В противном случае вигиланты сами становятся преступниками в глазах закона. Не то, чтобы я понял. А, самосуд. А, типа Vigilant Batman. А, в таком плане. Тут неоднозначно. Может написать свой закон?
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Промолчать и просто посмотреть ночное аниме.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Надеюсь, наш расстрел поможет улучшить ситуацию или, по крайней мере, принесет хоть какие-то хорошие результаты.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Спасибо.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Работает. Пока. Выглядело как будто я Fallout играл. Ебать, free money.
The door is closed.
Так. Я бегать не буду.
This fan has two chain or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
15-й Индотриба. Я не ебу.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Стоп. Я нашел. Вот теперь
The
можно
bed is cold.
сползти.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't. And then sleep doesn't come.
Но я хочу уснуть.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Почему?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Проверить подушку.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Проверить одеяло.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing.
Галстук с вентилятора стоит ли? Не получается.
Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Вернулся на другой бок.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Кто убил его? Кто?
Something to do with. What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Да, я попробую. Хватит думать, засыпай.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Запах детства. Сколько играю? Часов 8, наверное. Родился в больнице, куда обычно привозят умирать.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Ничего не скажу, пока ты не объяснишь, кто такой, чё. Хорошо. Че, что происходит? Меня бросили. Чё?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
Я хуй знает. Отвечай.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone.
Реальный голос. Лошадиная история, дружище. Почти настай. Рассказывай случившееся по телефону.
Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
Меня бросили?
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
Я могу все вернуть.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Что такое Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Я могу вернуться нормально.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Я пытаюсь расследовать
You're
преступление.
trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Господи, есть еще один вид.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Основной боевой дух. Нормально.
Good going, buddy.
Что за херня? Не только что снился прекраснейший сон, воодушевляющий, придающий сил.
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
Что за хрень со мной творится?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Хэмер плюс. Да, мы рерольное голосование. Нет, вообще-то я как огурчик.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Стоп, что вообще такое СПД? Тогда надо достать еще детективство «Моя жизнь». Согласиться. Нет, я справлюсь. Не пойду искать СПД.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
Брехня, я без СПД проживу. Ничего, полгорода не помрет.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Я бутылок набрал. Я заработаю. Это РПГшка.
The door is closed.
По поводу. Сколько времени? 7:32. Так, ну, я спать. Хорошее завершение. Всем сердечко, всем спокойной ночи. Завтра продолжим. Хорошо высыпайтесь, набирайте сил. Все, я вернусь. Давайте. Всем пока-пока.